Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin, and welcome on into another session of Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, all content, fire spells only, routing. I'll do just a quick check-in, because I am late. So usually when I'm late, I like to catch up with chat first. But since I don't see anyone popping in, I will take just a moment then to go through the usual pre-game ritual. First, I hope everyone is doing well in body and mind today. And I hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. My weekend was a little bit lackluster, but ultimately a good weekend, I'd like to think. Why don't we play the camera minigame, huh? And I probably need to update this because I just saw the stream subscription progress bar for those on Twitch, so I do need to update this. But I would like to thank all of our wonderful contributors, wonderful contributors during this month cycle. If you guys want your names on this list, do feel free, do feel free to chuck change at me. The purchase or maintenance of any subscription package from Twitch and or Patreon or Coffee will be enough to get your names on these lists, on these placards, as well as anyone who has made a $2 donation or more from Coffee or Stream Elements and so on. I will thank our wonderful contributors right now. Thank you to Shiny of Hyrule Nest and Mr. Fent for gifting Nice One M and Troll Castle King Jason their subscriptions during this month's cycle. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with your subscription packages. Thank you to Mr. Gordo Goku for their continuing membership over on Patreon. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with their Patreon membership. Thank you to Mr. Rasby the Player for their continued Valkyrie tier membership over on Coffee. Please do enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with those subscription with that subscription package. And while I do not have any one-off contributors during this month's cycle, I would like to thank people who have donated in the past. The direct donation is one of the more direct ways to support my work, so thank you very, very much for that. And I hope this placard is the least I can do to say thank you. Benefits include, but are not limited to, emotes if you're on Twitch, collaborative privileges at the highest tiers of payout, semi-exclusive content over on Patreon or Coffee, as well, or I should say early access content. Let me put it that way, early access content. There we go. And private Discord, and when I get to it, Stoat Chat, privileges. I look forward, obviously that's not everything I have, but a lot of our benefits, a lot of the benefits are Discord derived currently, and will be Stoat Chat derived as well later. So, if that sounds like something up your alley and you really like my work, great. If not, that's perfectly okay. But without further ado, why don't I do need to finish making a cup of coffee. I literally have the materials on my coffee island over there. So if you'll give me just a second, I can, I'll go ahead and explain what I'm doing before we get to any actual real run. But I'll be right back. I do have to put away my creamer or it'll go bad, so I will be right back again. Shouldn't take me more than 10 seconds. Oh. Oh, God. Sorry about that. I thought maybe a bug might have landed in my coffee, but that does not appear to be the case. So, let me see. How do I want to handle this? Yeah, there are too many entries. I couldn't get it all done this weekend, but I'm gonna continue working on it. I had a lot of other sheet compiling systems I had to get finished. So unfortunately, this kind of fell a little bit by the wayside, but still working on it. As for what happened last time, because I think I usually lead with that, I just kind of started checking one or two things. So, last time we made it into Stormvale Castle, and we took a while to defeat the Crucible Knights, and then we took a while longer to defeat the Elder Lion. Before making our way to what would essentially be the Divine Tower, the bridge leading up to the Divine Tower of Liurnia. Hopefully this section of Stormvale Castle should be shorter. That's twice in like 5 minutes I've sneezed. Goodness. My goal today is Godric the Grafted. Our goal is to be done with the Legacy Dungeon, and then we can move on to Liurnia, where I will, unfortunately... I do have a few splits written down in my notebook, but we will have to, like, log splits live. I never got around to being able to scout as much as I would have liked. I never got around to being able to do that. So, we're going to have to do that. But I did take my Friday to enjoy myself, so it's not all on other stuff. I did slack a little bit. I wanted to, I prepared for what was overwhelming, what was ultimately an underwhelming experience. I just went to the wrong time in the club, that's all. I learned that the club did not become active until like 10, and I didn't want to knuckle drag the people I was with to stay longer than that. We basically came in, had a free Coke, and left, and spent like 20 minutes just about walking to the parking garage near where I went. Yeah, do not think we have yet caught one of you. Yeah, there we go. And then we've got the large jar. Or the living jar warrior. Okay. need to mark you. So yeah, wow, you really can be reaching. You really can reach through those walls. My goodness. Also, I feel like I'm having to lean up into this as opposed to do anything else. Let me fix this. Yeah, so I went into the club, got a Coke, walked out. It was kind of an underwhelming experience, and a large portion of that is on me. I did get interesting Reddit posts, though. I post to a particular subreddit, and I was told someone had the audacity to comment on my appearance. I mean, I'm used to it. I'm a fat, like, white dude. I'm very used to that type of thing. But someone was like, you should ditch the beard, lose the glasses, and take off the hat, and you'll get someone. And I'm like, I'm sorry. Under what circumstance did I ask for your opinion? Get lost. I guess they either deleted the comment or Reddit admins got to them. Because by the time Reddit notified me of those posts, they were like, yeah, no, we can't. That is disparagement. That is generally not permissible on the particular platform we're using. So you get to have a nice day now, John Reddit of the Redditorial arena. Have a nice day. Yeah, I am generally happy that the subreddit I posted to took it very seriously. And it's not like I had particularly outlandish. I wasn't like partying at the club. There were no drugs. I literally went in, got a Coke, got out. Hey there, Angie Philosopher. Good to see you. Welcome back. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. I was just talking about my weekend when I paid a visit to a nightclub and everything, and it was an entirely underwhelming experience. Right place, wrong time. This is twice I've missed this jump. Other than that, you came in right at the beginning of us starting from the lift side chamber to make our way toward one of the more hated enemy experiences in Elden Ring. It's not the most hated Elden Ring experience ever, but a lot of people don't like this creature. I'm indifferent to it. I don't really care. But a lot of people find it annoying. I personally think the Royal Revenants are way worse than where we're going. I'm sorry. This isn't even a Reforged criticism. This is a base game criticism. Who came up with the idea of the Royal Revenant, and who thought it would be a good idea for them to not only teleport around, but have 6 to 8 hit combo strings that you can't really guard through, and there's no like meaningful recourse to dodge the Revenant, right? The Revenant's one of the few enemies you actually probably have to deflect pretty seriously in Reforged, and there was no recourse in vanilla. I can't wrap my head around why this enemy passed, or why the Royal Revenant passed the QR test, or the QA test. It should not have. But that's me. How was your weekend, Angie Philosopher? I hope it was a good one. I hope everyone's weekend was a good one. You know, even as world news continues to get worse. Welcome on in, Mr. Jason. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. You haven't missed much. We literally just got started on moving from this rest site to where we're going to be going next. The only thing we did that was of note was that we captured a couple of codex entries. That's it. In fact, let me make a few of these so we don't run out. There is a rune piece. Let's see if I can't get it. It's like right here. Oh, hi there. Oh, there are two of them. All right. I see it did not take long for the enemies to like pile in underneath that. Okay. Oh, you went back there? Well, that didn't work out for you well, Mr. Warhawk, now did it? So why even climb up here in the first place? Now, one thing I will give Reforged credit for is that it encourages a lot more, like, parkouring in Elden Ring. You certainly do not have to get these rune pieces. There really aren't that many of them that require parkour like this, but I do think it is kind of cool that if you know how to platform in games like this, both with and without your horse, you can get a lot of... You can get some sweet goodies for it. I did not mean to do that. Good. How was your weekend, Mr. Jason, whenever you have the opportunity? Mr. Jason says, you don't want to say that you were lied to or misled, good sir, but this one cinema chain in the UK informed you that, quote, tickets will go on sale Monday 9th of March for the Super Mario Galaxy movie, and it is now almost 6 p.m. and nothing, good sir. There's probably some significant delays on that. I could not tell you why, though. I hope the delay gets resolved soon. That's, you know, paying money for a cinema experience and then not getting it is not good. That's not a good look for theater or box office. Okay, so we just did a quick loop for a rune piece. Now let's get a little bit more serious as to where we're going. Mr. Jason says, also, as for your weekend, it was all right, but there was a distinct lack of a fine, dapper gentleman. But that issue has now been resolved. Oh, I needed to put the photos in the Discord server. I totally forgot to do that. There definitely should have been at least photo cameos. But I'm glad, I'm flattered, and I'm glad that issue has been resolved. Wait, I'm sorry. This is the start of a new week. Oh, it's because I closed Firebot. That's why. Hold on. Let me fix this. Just real lickety split. There's something I need to clear out, and I believe it is this right here. Can't have accurate counts. Can't have accurate JNP counts if we are carrying previous counter data. Mr. Jason says you do always enjoy when another Monday rolls around, good sir. I appreciate that. Thank you. I too enjoy when my week opens up and starts over on Monday. I get a nice good chance to talk to all of my wonderful and lovely senators if I don't talk to them over the weekend. Now, although the route sheet has not been completely reformatted yet, I have made significant strides in that over this weekend, so I would say within the next 48 hours, that should be totally finished. And then all we'll have to do is carry the new formatting moving forward. The thing I am most upset about is not not having the vlog done. That's still an editing hell at the moment. But I have not given up on any of the projects. I'm continuing to work hard on them. It's just going to take time to get all these editing issues sorted. That's all. But outside of not really having time to address that sort of thing, my weekend was all right. We finally got to conclude the Avatar Legends system tabletop campaign that we had ran. That we have been running for like almost a year. It took us almost a year to do a limited run campaign. I see you right there. We got Fallout New Vegas style like narrative conclusions. We were fairly satisfied with that. We were ready to move on to a new system, and we were ready to release our friend to go do his own thing with his own his own groups, with his own stuff that he was DMing. Excuse me. That took me entirely too long to get out and get across. Mr. Jason says most people plus Garfield dislike Mondays, but Mr. Jason likes Mondays as it's another week with Mr. Coin. I appreciate that. I'm indifferent to Monday. I don't really care one way or the other about it, other than, it is the start to my week, my work week. Nice. Great, fantastic. Yeah, so our path down is down here. In fact, I will demonstrate that for us right now. Surely what you seek is somewhere close by. Sometimes these messages will have like phantom versions of NPCs, and sometimes they'll look or point in a specific direction. You can use that to help you figure out, where you're supposed to go. It's not just, oh, they gave the NPC a cute pose or gave them a weird position. There is actually a reason they're doing that. It's for this. Mr. Jason says, similar to the YouTube channel Tronics Fix, where he applies the perfect amount of thermal paste for when repairing Sony PlayStation 5 consoles. For Mr. Jason, a Monday just means a new week of applying the perfect amount of glaze to Mr. Coin. Not a Krispy Kreme donut, but I will take that as both a joke and a compliment, so thank you. I appreciate the goodwill, good sir. And then my Sunday was pretty non-distinct. My weekend was kind of, an underwhelming trip to the nightclub where I basically spent 40 minutes, not even, and I spent, I think, maybe 10 or 15 in the club. I liked the atmosphere. I liked the art decor. and everything. I just didn't. I came in at a dead time, and that's on me. Then I had a fantastic Saturday when I wasn't, of course, when I wasn't dealing with the tabletop, or we weren't playing the tabletop. I was busy. We were busy, or I was busy working on like spreadsheets, and then Sunday it was kind of quiet. There just wasn't anything going on. Mr. Jason says, did you push the boat out at the club and get a full Coca-Cola? Nope. I got a Pepsi. I did not get a Coke. I say Coke. I said we grabbed like a free Coke, but I actually really meant a free Pepsi. Just as good, Mr. Jason says. Fair. Mr. Jason likes Peppy. I think it tastes like sewer water, personally. I don't know, like brackish sewer water. I'm not sure what it is with the Pepsi formula, but I don't care for it. I'll drink it. I don't... it might be disgusting, but it isn't actual sewage. It's really strong, really sharp, and the taste isn't as smooth, is what I would say. But if people like Pepsi, people like Pepsi. Maybe it's just a personal taste buds thing, for me. Now, you put some cherry syrup in that Pepsi, well, then I might be slightly more interested, but... and I know there's Pepsi Cherry. I have had it in a pinch. It's not a cheerwine substitute, or anything, but it'll do when I'm looking for the taste of cherry soda, I suppose. Mr. Jason says, in the UK and Aldi stores, we have an Aldi we have an Aldi brand version of Dr. Pepper called Professor Peppy. Nice. Welcome on in, Mr. Shiny. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. What announcement do you have? Is it a 3-letter word? Yeah, I thought so. I appreciate that. Thanks. How was your weekend, good sir? I was just discussing mine, and Mr. Jason had mentioned his earlier, so we were all kind of talking about our relatively normal weekends. Relatively, I suppose. Professor Peppy is funny, though. That's like La Croix, soda, or like Kroger Publix brand soda. It gets like a funny name. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Mr. Coin, have you heard of a British phenomenon named TV pickup, good sir? No, why ask? I don't know what TV pickup is. Mr. Shiny says you've basically either been asleep, valid, I hear that, or outside for 80% of your weekend. How is outside compared to, inside or on the internet? How is touching grass, good sir? Which I need to do more of for different reasons. Wow, it really was that easy. Just simply head down. Anky Philosopher says, grass? What's that? I only touch grace at most. Oh, that's a good one. I know that's not slated as a joke or anything, but it is a generally punny statement, and I have a regular contributor, a bona fide Valkyrie named Rasby the Player, and I often count his witticisms as jokes. I do count them there, especially if they're good. Mr. Shiny says, better than staying in your family home where you feel less than stellar. Without getting too detailed, is it like you don't, like you and your family don't see eye to eye on everything, or is it more of like crowded family home, don't get much time to yourself, that kind of thing? I'm kind of being generic because I deal with similar, I've dealt with similar in my own life. My dad and I definitely don't see eye to eye on a lot of things. The first thing that would be, yeah, I hear you. It's the, you're definitely of one generation, and your parents or your folks are of a different generation, and, well, that often, there are disagreements under the sun on every subject available. Politics, religion, philosophy, that kind of thing. That's really where, I can tell you that's where 90% of my disagreements are with mine. I come from a home like that. Not that I think things would be particularly better if I were, say, living with my mom and that half of the family. Like, I am a, how do I word this? There are issues that I would agree with my friends up and down all day long, and certainly, like, I am more politically left-leaning than the crowd that I live with, and that causes a lot of disagreements. But at the same time, there are some things that I think would cause issues and produce rifts between my mom, my sibling, and the rest of that half of the family if I said them aloud. Or I'm like, well, maybe sometimes there's a point to it all. So I deal with some amount of political or ideological isolation, and that you learn to live with the dysfunction. You learn to live with the dysfunction because learning to live with the dysfunction keeps the peace. Things that would be ideological deal breakers become disagreements. Mr. Jason says, TV pickup is the name given to the surge of energy use caused during major TV events. This surge usually coincides with advert breaks or halftime during sporting events, when millions of Brits put the kettle on at the same time. Okay, so that's Super Bowl time. We have a version of that here in the States where it's like every person all grabs the chips at about the same time, or has food ready at about the same time for the football game. Yeah, that Super Bowl rush. Except here it's TV pickup. There's also like primetime TV, which kind of functions in the same vein as what you're describing, Mr. Jason, but we have a souped up version of that here in the States. Mr. Shiny says, let's say being a bisexual guy not connected to the church, living with devout Catholic parents, and controlling tendencies of people who caused you to appear in the world against your consent. This world without your consent is not ideal. Okay. So, I gotcha. I totally get that. I'm lucky. As someone who does not stand under the LGBT umbrella, I personally choose not to. But as someone who is by himself, I am lucky that I live with people that at best that at their worst don't care, and at best have their own particular hiccups with heteronormative culture that keep them from doing to me what your folks are doing to you. I totally get that. I hope that you're able to leave that one day, Mr. Shiny. I really do. And your folks should not be surprised if you one day cut off all contact. I see it all the time on Reddits, on internet forums, where people are like, oh yeah, why won't my son talk to me? And they'll go through the spiel of what they said and did, and they're like, well, gee, maybe have you thought about the fact that you might be minimizing or you're being overly controlling with your children? Have you thought about that? No? Well, you can't be surprised when they cut off contact with you because you did the thing, and any apologies that were rendered were not really apologies. They were the I'm sorry you felt that way kind of apology, or I'm sorry that you see it that way. I've dealt with that quite a bit myself. If you ever want to talk to me in private about that type of thing, Mr. Shiny, you're more than welcome. I'm sure there are plenty of differences between your situation and mine, but I do think I have a fairly solid grasp of that because I have dealt with similar myself. You have my sympathies for what that's worth, good sir. I hesitate to use the word empathy because empathy is very hard to prove, number one, and two, well, I guess there really is just a higher barrier of entry for empathy, and people will often use empathy when they mean sympathy, and then wonder why empathy loses its definition in English. Like, it becomes, I hate to make this kind of comparison, but it's kind of like using the word racist when everyone is using the word racist to describe things that are not racist, or to describe statements made in good faith, or like genuine question asking. Be like, there's no way you couldn't think this unless X, and it's like, well, if all they did was grow up around X and they're trying to understand, even if the question is abrasive, maybe you should answer the question because it's being asked in good faith. But that's neither here nor there. And with the internet being what it is, you can't really tell what's we have a much harder time of telling when people are being genuine on the internet, or if you're dealing with a person at all. My God, the number of times where people have ran bot experiments on Reddit, ever since the first one is crazy. No one can actually tell if you're speaking to a real person or not. Because guess what AI is trained on? It is trained on real speech. It is not trained on gobbledygook or parsing a dictionary as it writes. As it writes what it's saying. It is literally trained off of our own speech. Wow, that is kind of all over the place. Just know that I am in your corner, good sir. And I do hope you get out of that situation eventually, and you can surround yourself with people that do earnestly care more. I want to be very careful with absolute sentences, because it's very easy to say an absolute sentence. Really? Really? Yep, I have to. Oh my god. Okay, don't die because you've missed a codex entry. Come on, be smarter than that, coin. We can even get it later after the boss. There's no reason to perish over that. I probably should actually reset, like, not reset. I probably should actually warp back, because I don't want to be taking less than the optimal number of flasks for this encounter. Ulcerated tree spirit, even with Elden Ring's reforged camera fixes, can still be quite a problem. It can still be quite a problem. Really? Come on. Okay, there's one. Let him fall, then do that. Please tell me I don't have to, like, reload the instance here. If I have to do that, fine. Okay. Okay, good. I can hear that distinctive hum, which is what I'm looking for. That room piece over there is another reason we're coming down here. It's nice to see these things. Okay, so how do I want to handle this? There we go. Wow, you guys really do quite love, you know, the jumping leap attack. Okay, let's get the colossal rat, and then we can, grab the thing. Nice. Okay, this rune piece isn't too particularly difficult to get. You just gotta make sure that you make these jumps carefully. The advice I would give is clear the rats out. You know, even if you're not interested in the glintstone scarab, that's completely fine. But do clear out the rats, or you're gonna have a bad time, because when you jump down, the rats will already be ready for you with a jumping attack or something else, and you're really not going to appreciate, you know, dying to 3 rats down here. Cool. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, speaking of movies, good sir, Mr. Jason very much enjoyed the Muppets Most Wanted, especially the song, we're doing a sequel at the beginning, but mostly for this part. We're doing a sequel. How hard can it be? We can't do any worse than The Godfather 3. We're doing a sequel. The studio wants more while they wait for Tom Hanks to make Toy Story 4. Oh, God. That is some meta level humor right there. That is hilarious. While they wait for Tom Hanks to make Toy Story 4. Isn't Toy Story 4 already a thing? Isn't that already out? And I hear it got review bombed pretty badly. Either that or people really, really did not care for the, like, overarching plot for Toy Story 4. Please tell me. Oh, I didn't quite go the correct distance. Okay. Mr. Jason says in June the 5th, the 5th iteration of Toy Story will be out. Oh, the Kappa. Yeah, the fifth iteration being they dump all the toys. Okay, it's down here. Okay, this boss does take some concentration, so I will be throwing up the overlay now. With any luck, this will only be a quick in and out. I have fought this ulcerated tree spirit before, and it is, it can be touch and go in spots. Mr. Jason says this one seems to be toys versus tack. Yeah, I did hear about that. Let me get the correct armor as well. Cool, my dodges feel more correct now. Yeah, I've heard the latter end of the Toy Stories have that toys versus tech theme, and it's good to see the series keeping up with the times, at least, even if I'm not an avid fan, or like the most avid of fans anyway. I don't hate Toy Story. That said, I will see you guys on, we can pick this right back up when we get finished. See you guys on the other side of this. Or I'll die in the next 5 seconds. One of those two things is happening. It's fine. We'll just have to do this part again. Mr. Jason says the live-action version of Moana is releasing in July, and you annoyed your youngest niece when she was watching the first one. When she was watching it, you called it Moaner because of the moaned part, and she got mad and said, "It's Moana, not Moaner." Oh, that's awful. That's kind of dirty. I'm not gonna lie. That's ooh, that certainly interesting to say the least. Let's get rid of unnecessary spells while we're in here. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. I should make sure this is dealt with properly. Okay, thank you guys for sitting through that. That is the part of content creation I don't like, but it's got to get done. At the top of each and every hour, we do take commercial breaks here on this channel. And that'll be in roughly 3.5 minutes from now. When that time comes, there will be a timer to the left of my webcam, which would be like this over here, and just to the left of my webcam, and it'll read 3 minutes and 0 seconds. During that time, ads will be playing. We'll be taking I'll be getting up and stretching and all that fun stuff. I highly encourage you guys to do the same. It'll make the break pass by faster, but pass the time whatever way you see fit. Once that timer ticks down to 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will have returned to my desk and we can pick right back up where we left off. I'm not going to make another attempt at the split. Also, I need to mark the thing properly. Oh, right. The program isn't actually open. Whoopsie. The thing is, but doing Shift F1 does nothing on that keyboard. Let me find where we are. Perfect. We should have just enough time to, like, kill ads, basically. Without too much issue, and then from there we'll have all the time in the world to make attempts. Let the ulcerated tree spirit be a taste of this is what happens when you die on a split that has a lead up to it, or you have to actually fight other enemies before you handle the boss. You got to get good at that section as well. Not only do you have to get good at that sort of thing, it gets very old, very annoyingly, very quickly. I am going to attempt to make a run for it from this rat, because the less I have to fight, the better. Okay, rat should have no way to get here. So now we're gonna wait out the timer. I would like to say I'd like to keep, just going forward for today, I'd like to keep, I would like to keep the political discussions down. I, as the American, need to do my part in that, but I would like to be a little bit of a better steward as to what kind of conversations are conducted on a public camera, like between myself and you guys, because I'm sure everyone gets stressed out when I talk about IRL. People come in on stream to escape. They don't come to listen to political mumbo jumbo. But we'll continue this after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. Got caught up with some logistical things, but I am back. We just readjust one or two things, check on our lovely audience, and then move about our business. Okay, don't see anything between the three apps, so it's time to do this song and dance again. See you guys on the other side. What? What are you doing? I mistimed that a lot. Good. Got him. Absolutely got him. Just heal up after that and keep moving on. Like so. Alrighty. Okay, so now all we have to do is deal with Godric, the Grafted. We don't actually have too much longer before we gotta do that. We have maybe a little tiny bit of stuff left to do, and then, you know, we'll be at the part where we gotta have new, like, I'll need to, like, go and type some splits into the split tracker underneath me, underneath the webcam, I should say. Let's see, how many... I'm just curious of how much of something I have. 9? Okay, and we have no skill? Sure. I can attempt to do that. I can definitely make an attempt to do that. Or fix that after this. Or by fix that, I guess what I really should say is, before we fight Godric, I'll actually explain the new system, or a new system that is in Reforged that I haven't had much experience with, but I know enough to know how it works. All we gotta do is just, let's see, let's readjust our spells so that we're exploring again. Oh yeah, we also need to buy spells now that I'm thinking on it. Do I want to do that? No, we'll do that when we go deal with the ashes with the ashes system. Nice. Wow, not a single, absolutely not a single thing wrong with the execution of that. I guess we can do it like that, sure. Wait for them to come. It's fine if we use flasks here. Mr. Jason says you have returned, good sir. You forgot to say that you were going to be slightly delayed after the first break. You now finished washing the dinner pots. Nice, nice. Welcome back, Mr. Jason. After some slight pains, we have managed to clear the split, and we are now getting ready to work up, dealing with our first shard bearer.
You were a fine warrior. Your only mistake was let the winds lift you to a higher place. Well, who do we have here? Tarnished, are you? Clearly not one of Godric's lot. I am Nefeli Lu, tarnished and warrior like you. I'm here by decree of my father. How utterly repellent this is. This grafting of Godric's ill befits a lord. He's tainted the very winds. If you intend to challenge Godric, I ask you call upon me. The winds run foul with his deeds. I'm certain father would permit me aid the fight. Apologies, but I've idled long enough. As fellow Tarnished, we must each follow our own guidance, down whatever road takes us to the throne of Elden Lord. Apologies.
So, that, my fine friends, is the subject of many Rule 34 art drawings. If the blue-skinned four-armed mommy did not do that for people, Nefeli Lu is like the other end of that spectrum, where she gets lots of art drawn of her because she is the strong, stoic female warrior. Mr. Shadio says, well, hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome on in, Mr. Shadio. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well. I hope you enjoy your I hope you're well in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Mr. Shadio says, very interesting subject as soon as you came in. We just heard the dialogue from Miss Nefeli Lu here. She is a warrior. She's wearing animal skins and leathers, and I believe there is a bird motif on her shoulders, so she's meant to be the strong, stoic warrior type. And I was mentioning that if Ronnie the Witch is a subject of Rule 34, then Nefeli Lu is like another subject of Rule 34. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, did we come to a resolution on ticket 0004, or is that still ongoing? I believe that ticket has already been resolved. It should already be in the filing system. In fact, I know that specific ticket. No, you mean 00... Oh, not that ticket. That's 0006. No, that should still be ongoing. Let me do a quick check real quick. Nice thing about streaming computer games is I can do this. There we go. 0004 is still... nothing has happened with it at all. And if you did, since I'm reading that statement here, if you did mean 0006, then yeah, that should already be logged in the master spreadsheet. It may not be properly formatted. I've not gotten to that, but it should at least be resolved, and the data should at least be there if you want to look at it, including screenshots. Mr. Jason. Mr. Shadio says you'll be here for a little bit, but you want to play a little bit of God of War very soon. Oh, I do hope that goes smoothly for you. God of War is eating real good as a franchise as of lately. I do think those folks are eating quite well, especially with what is to come with the voice actors and the like any news that we get about it. I hear nothing but good things about this. Okay, we're gonna get the... We do need to kite this dude. Just gonna do this real quick. The idea is gonna be that we want to kite him back to a specific spot. And as long as I keep peppering him with damage spells, we should have it. I'll be able to answer that comment in just a second, Mr. Shadio. Nice. Mr. Shadgo says, Mr. Coin, you don't want to dwell on the politics too much. You came before I made a diatribe about that, so that you're fine. But you were curious of your opinion about the healthcare system, especially the insurance thingy. You mean as it relates to, like, American health insurance? Or more generally? It sounds predatory as the insurance can choose that if you need treatment or not, as in if they pay for it or not, you pay every month for it as far as you know. So it sounds pretty bad from a European point of view. Okay, you are talking about American healthcare. Okay, but you figured you should ask. Maybe you don't know all the details. I certainly don't. Although I was studying to be a farm tech, or pharmacy technician. That's what that short phrase stands for, pharmacy technician. One of the things that pharmacy technicians do have to be kind of well versed on is how certain health insurance policies work. Mainly the conversion between what is considered public health care, which would be like Medicare, Medicaid. One of those is for the senior citizens. The other is for those that either struggle with employment or are on disability, things like that. As well as how military insurance plays into those two things. Generally speaking, the American healthcare system likes to funnel Medicare and Medicaid recipients into the public markets somehow, because that is less money that the government is having to spend on insuring people. There are, broadly speaking, 4 or 6 different components to healthcare, or 4 or 6 different components that an insurance company has to cover. One of those is like preventative or like maintenance. I'm sorry, prevention and maintenance are 2 different things. What is considered routine healthcare, preventative healthcare, actual surgeries, how that relates depending on your age, and then the formulary, or how medicine works. You've got drugs that are mandated to be in all formularies, like they're generic forms of each and every drug, or of most drugs, I should say. And there is a list of non-scheduled drugs that are supposed to be available in all of the hospitals, outside of supply chain issues. And then you have what is considered non-formulary, which means the hospital has to import that medicine in, or like healthcare institutions have to import that medicine in if they have like internal pharmacy areas. So the stuff that is on formulary always has to be there. The stuff that is not on formulary, the patient is responsible, or perhaps the health insurance company is responsible. And health insurance companies would prefer that you use formulary as opposed to non-formulary. Mr. Shadia says, why do you Americans have to make all things complicated? You don't mind it in a bad way, good sir. Trust me, it's complicated. There's a reason that people go to 12 years of schooling. Those are your doctors and nurses, and they get just as irate because one of the about insurance, because the thing that their 12 years of schooling don't really help them cover or deal with is like medical paralegal stuff, which is what this falls under. Like how the laws are meant to help service patients. They're less familiar with that. I'm not offended at all. I would like to see a change too. Mr. Jason says, yeah, you didn't mean ticket 0006 because you're not sure if ticket creator wholly understood what was explained to them or not. I'm pretty they said they understood. I took people at face value when that ticket was processed. Are they issuing a complaint to you, Mr. Jason? Allocate these charges. It's probably important I'm cogent for this part, because once we go into Godric the Grafted, I need every bit of attention I can get on that. Let's go, just to keep things moving while we're talking, we need to go buy some spells, and turn in a spell book and everything. I told them when I gave them the Discord invite link and stuff, I'm like, if you have any questions, ask. And I gave them a 72-hour deadline. Now, I should say this person I know this person did not have English as a first language. So maybe I could have, I hate to use the word dumb it down, it's not right. I probably could have used smaller words to say what I was saying, or not have sentences longer than 20 words. If you're dealing with someone whose primary language is not English, you really got to keep the sentences bite-sized or you're going to have issues. I struggle with this as a person, so it is very possible that they did not understand what was explained to them. However, they were given way more leeway than normal to ask their questions or come talk to people if they didn't understand, or that person was brought here via ambassador, right? They could have asked their ambassador for clarification. Like, there are a number of things that could have happened. I will take some ownership if there are complaints, because if there are not complaints, I'm not really sure why this is being conversed about all that much. No offense. Mr. Shadyo says, so in your opinion, the insurance system is bad or good, or would you prefer European system? I don't necessarily think it is better or worse, Mr. Shadyo. I think what it is European systems have different sensibilities. Now, where I think the American system could learn from the European system is, actually servicing everyone and making sure that the money is not being mismanaged or misspent, or, paring down legalese. Like, truly. But the European people need to do what works for them. American people need to do what works for us. In Europe, I know, for example, companies are not allowed to advertise medicines to the public, because that's not the purpose of medicine, right? You don't do medical research unless it is useful to everyone. The problem with that here in the States is that we have such stringent standards for what kind of floor the medical research has to clear, especially when it comes to drugs. Drugs need to go through a lot of different scrutinizing tests, and there need to be multiple phases of trials before medicines can even make it to market. So, and I don't know everything. I would recommend doing research, but I know enough of the basics, which is, generally speaking, when companies are looking to research a drug to put on market because there's a problem, and here in America, the way we solve problems is by outsourcing them to companies. We say, who can do the research for this kind of an estimated budget? And of course, being able to do the same on less is better, but, you know, the U.S. government will contract out or give grants to people that are supposed to work on or research medicine. The company that does this has to file a patenting procedure. Mr. Shadia says the only medicines that are advertised, at least in Romania, are creams and ointments and pills that are considered complementary supplements like vitamin C, things for stomach. That makes sense. That makes sense. And that's fine. That's the, you know, we're servicing a non-critical problem that needs to be handled at an individual level. Therefore, this is what the companies are allowed to make advertising for. That's fine. Romania has to do what works for them. Germany has to do what works for them, and so on. Here in the States, the company, once the contracting has started, will begin doing research, and the research, the materials and hiring, and the planning costs a certain amount, usually to the tune of like millions of dollars. I'm not kidding. Some of the most expensive drugs in the world are expensive because the research process is, 7 to 9 digits of expensive. Like, so these companies, when they begin the research process and they start actually getting ready to go into phase trials, they have to file for a patent, and the patent comes, has the name of the drug. It has a lot of information on it, and the companies that are doing this research, on paper, not what happens in practice, but on paper, are given somewhere around 25 years. It is compensation for researching the drug. Like, since researching medicine costs so much money, it is very financially negative. It is very monetarily negative to do that. The companies have to make back what they spend somehow, or people lose jobs. People get let go. If people come to depend on the product, they no longer can because it's not in circulation, and so on. The companies are given a timeline where the drug is considered not generic. So, meaning they come up with a trade name like Jardians, for example, which is like a that's for people that are diabetic. It's a little pill with a great big story to tell, I believe, is how the commercial slogan goes. And that they also have to pay to get the word out about the drug. There's like a whole big process. What the companies are not told with the patenting process is that the patent time, the exclusivity window where they're allowed to exclusively sell the drug to these suppliers for these people on these insurance plans, and it costs more for people that aren't on those insurance plans. That time starts ticking down the second they put pen to paper for the patent procedure, rather than when the drug is actually successfully made. So, to put that another way, they're losing time when they start the patenting process rather than when the drug is completed. The time already starts ticking down for them. So every second in research and every second that is spent not helping the drug, like, how do I word this? Helping the drug reach market. And this is assuming it passes all the trials, by the way. There are so many failure states along the way where, oh, it turns out, you know, in phase 1 testing on animals, you know, the drug didn't do what it was supposed to do. The formulation didn't work. And there are at least 3, 4, or 5 rounds of clinical tests being ran to see if the medicine they're trying to make is doing what it says it does on the tin. Whether that's, you know, managing A1C, helping with suicidal thoughts, etc., etc. You get the picture. Then they have to repeat that process for phase 2, which is closed clinical, like, screening. Typically, companies have to be very sure that the medicine passes at least closed clinical trials before they can even begin, you know, begin making projections on how to make their money back. There's a lot that goes into this. By the time, let's say the drug ultimately a drug under this process is successful. You know, the gamble is successful. By the time this happens, most companies lose around 7 to 9 years of patent time, which doesn't sound like a big deal to you or I, because to you or I, you know, something like $100 or $50 like the amount of time to make a couple $1,000s over the course of, you know, 20 or 18 years, that sounds reasonable to us. But to these companies, they've spent years and years and years and years pouring money and resources and time into something that, you know, in my stated case, it's successful. But oftentimes it's not successful. That's just, and in cases where it's not successful, that's just money lost. Without even entering without even being able to sell back to market. And the costs are typically in the tens to hundreds of millions. You know, sometimes it's spread out over a 7-year period. Sometimes that's what they spend in a year to make medicine here in the States. And specifically new medicines, not old medicines that have already been on market, etc., etc. Trying to make back like a cool 15-20 mil in 18 to 20 years is asking a lot when not everyone will have the supposed problem for which their insurance companies will pay to let them have the drug. Not everyone has the problem that requires the drug in the first place, and those that do have have the problem for which the drug might be required, not every insurance company can pay what it costs. You got different tiers of coverage. Generally, the richer you are, the more you're likely to be able to afford the new drug. But that's not a guarantee. And I promise I'll address all the comments in a second. I promise. This is really complicated. And it's more complicated than the little bit of a window that I gave you for how it works here in the States. This is not counting. All of that is not counting the, oh, what if there are side effects that don't really start showing up and causing problems until after phase 3 trials, which is like the you know, they're asking people to come in and you know, be guinea pigs for the drug. You get paid a certain amount for, you know, helping us test the drug, and so on. Like when the drug goes to market and there are other issues, that's a whole separate can of worms that could end up costing companies a lot of money to try to rectify or fix. It might even mess up with the patenting paperwork. It's a whole slog. It's a whole slog. There's a lot that goes into medicine, and that is just one part of the very, very, very tangled knot that is U.S. insurance. Mr. Shadyo says, the only thing that rubs you the wrong way with the American system is that the insurance can deny paying you for your medication if they don't see it as essential. Yeah, you do have to fight tooth and nail. You got to go through courts to make that happen. It's easy for you and I to say that life doesn't have a price, but when the cost of maintenance for life is medicine, time, and materials, and the ones that are paying for it are paying a bigger chunk of the cost than the actual customer or patient is paying, they might not want to pay for that. Or if they do pay for it, maybe they'll go under if they do. There's a lot. I'm not trying to defend insurance companies or anything, but it really is such a tangled system. And this is without inviting the sins of greed or folly, you know, without insurance companies wanting to squeeze every dime, or there being some kind of socio-cultural or religious agenda filed in somewhere that makes it harder or more difficult. Mr. Shadyu goes on to say, makes sense, very interesting. It's a tangled knot, for sure. And it is an interesting read. If you do the research later, you might be surprised at what you find. Some of it is also predicated by history, or history makes it even more tangled, like the American healthcare insurance altogether. Mr. Shadyu says, oh yeah, you just read something about an asthma medicine that became generic and now it's very cheap. Yeah. Once that happens, you can sell, once medicines become generic, their costs approach a lot what is considered like the market floor value, and approaches the cost required to make that medicine. Every drug in America has a proprietary formulation, and then if they go generic, they get a generic formulation. It goes into the United States Pharmacopoeia, USP. You may or may not see that label on American drugs from time to time, like formulated or backed by the USP. Yeah, that's what that stands for. Think of the USP as a seal of approval for the formula that the company is using to make the generic version of the drug works, is effective, does the same thing as the brand, and there are as many or fewer side effects than the proprietary formula. Drugs going generic is a huge deal in this country. Very huge deal. I say this, I mean the United States. Mr. Shadyo goes on to say, makes sense, and at the same time, it's also kind of a gamble. Yes. You're gambling with tens or hundreds of millions of dollars, or even $1 billion in some cases, depending on the medicine you're talking about. It's a gamble. It's why medicine is it's a hard science that's not precise, but it is also very empirical, meaning you have to do a lot of research, and you need to show that the science actually backs the medicine you're making, and it's not just vibes. It's not holistic medicine. You need to use these science and data to justify why you need to make this medicine, basically. Mr. Shadio says, are they required to make that patent as soon as they start testing on animals or humans? Before that, they have to patent before phase 1, which is what phase 1 is animals, phase 2 is closed door testing. Like, they have to file the patent even before that. As soon as there is an empirical formulation, I believe that is when the patent time starts. Yeah, so it's a marathon, it's a gamble, to address this next line. It's a marathon, it's a gamble, and there's lots of things that can go wrong, partially because the legal floor for medicine to be sold to the American public is really high. This is why one of the landmark successes that Trump did have, I know, I'm about to give the man credit, ew, gross, but one policy that he did make that was somewhat helpful is a right to try, where military veterans and other people that have generally served the American public in some way are allowed to go to European retailers if the particular drug they're looking for is cheaper and American insurance companies aren't covering it. Their insurance company has to give deference to that policy. Additionally, experimental treatments or drugs that are in closed door testing, or in phase 3 trials, those are also possible candidates for right to try, whether the drug is in the States or, in the remaining friends we have in Europe, Japan, Australia, Israel, and so on. Mr. Shadgu says, oh, that's the first good thing? I hear he did. I know. I know. Yeah, he was a lot more tame back then. And he actually had competent experts who were guiding him to somewhat reasonable decisions. He didn't listen to people who told him what he wanted to hear. Angie Philosopher says remaining friends in Europe. Well, I say that as in Europe, Europeans are may still be friends with individual American people, but they are certainly not friends or trading partners with the US as a whole. I'm being loose about that on purpose. Did I lose one of your messages, Mr. Shadio? Which one was that? Oh, I did. Yep. Mr. Shadio says, anyway, Mr. Coin, thank you for taking your time to explain all those things to you. Sorry this impacts your game and your stream at the same time. No worries. I'll probably have to be a little bit tighter about that on the actual run, but it's the routing. We can talk about these kinds of things. I'm thinking of where I'm thinking of where I wanted to take that conversation next. Overall, I don't think it would be fair of me to say that the European system is better. The European systems work because they're servicing fewer people, number one. And number two, the war budgets are generally smaller, right? Romania services a much smaller population than the States. And countries in the European Union go about making medicine or doing medical research in a somewhat different manner. It's not contracted out so much, to my understanding. It is...
Where have you been hiding? I took you for your arms.
I need Hugh to not be talking. Or... The EU has a lot has a lot tighter ethical controls on what companies are allowed to advertise to their public. The sensibility seems better on paper, but the sensibilities work for the European countries it needs to work for, more or less. Now, if American sensibilities return closer to where the Europeans are, I would probably agree with you. But American sensibilities are not there. And when I say American sensibilities, I should be extremely clear. I do not mean individual citizens. I mean how paralegal or legal law works, in addition to how resources are effectively managed and distributed for purchase and sale. More or less. Mr. Shadnia says yes, but TBH, most of the people in Romania still go to private hospitals. Yeah, that's another thing. Public and private hospitals are a completely different affair. There are different rules that apply based on whether you're in the public government healthcare, like public or government-run hospitals, or like at the federal and state level, and how like privatized practices work. Privatized practices don't always have to follow all of the same rules. Generally, federal ones you do have to follow, but states are a little bit more or less sometimes lenient for the for the American public. Romanian public hospitals are notorious for being deadly. Oh, as in a lot of nosocomial infections? Mr. Shadya says because you can catch another disease or an infection from there. Yep, I know what you're talking about. Those are nosocomial infections. They have to deal with super germs. Germs that adapt to the cleaner environment or have gone through the repeated process of adapting to sanitization procedures. And the diseases that you can catch from hospitals are worse as a result. Now, this is on top of anything you might get from places being less than clean. Let me enkindle some ashes. I want to make 8 of them, please. Okay, so, enkindling ashes. I'll read that in a second, I promise. Enkindling ashes, what you basically do is you take a lost ash. These used to be like ways you could reclaim an art if you sold them. Now it is an enhancement for adding effects, like passive or active effects, to Ashes of War. They come in lots of different flavors. Generally, either they're the attacking variety, stat boosting variety, or the stamina or FP management variety. And they come in different tiers: common, rare, and legendary, I believe, are the 3 tiers for these. And it's random what you get when you enkindle. Which I did 8 times just now, looking for anything that even remotely boosts casting stats. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I know I've already chatted away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you. Available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a peace-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you click on that Patreon or the coffee. But again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the content. Thank you guys so much for sitting through that and for hanging out with me today. Complicated or simple topics aside, that is. You guys are the best and awesome. We do take commercial breaks around here. They happen at the start or at the top of every hour. One will be happening in about 3.5 minutes from now. During that time, ads will be playing. I'll be getting up and taking a stretch, and there will be a webcam off to the left that generally shows the time left. That timer will start at 3 minutes and 0 seconds. During that time, I'll be getting back and I'll be getting up and taking a stretch and doing other things. I highly encourage everyone to do the same thing. It'll make time pass by faster. Sorry, my mind completely blanked. I think getting up and stretching along with me will make the time pass by faster for you, but spend the time however you like. Once that timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will have returned from my stretch break, and we can get right. We can pick right back up where we left off. Mr. Shadyu says, I'm sorry, I missed a sentence there. Mr. Shadyu says, one of the biggest scandals when it was the collective tragedy, it was found out that the company that did the disinfection in the hospitals combined the disinfectant with too much water. Yeah, so it wasn't actually sanitized properly, so yeah, microbes got in. Understandable. That sucks. I'm hoping that that people did not receive complications due to infection in the hospital, but mistakes happen, and it's not that you don't hold people accountable for mistakes in medicine. It is that you have to hold people to account while also making sure your patients remain safe. You can't cut off your nose to spite your face. It is better to train people so they don't make the same mistake twice rather than fire them outright because of a single error. Of course, ideally you train them really hard in the first place, but the medical profession has a high degree of turnout and a high degree of mistrust precisely because stuff like that happens. Mr. Shadyu says, so we're going back in Mr. Coin's tent? That's the plan. Yeah. Exactly. I'll give some applause for that. As soon as I'm not dragging buttons. Mr. Engie Philosopher says, I will have to read that when we come back from the commercial break. Thank you guys for hanging tight, and see you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Let's catch up on our chats here. Don't see anything on the red or green apps. Thank you for that, Mr. Jason. Let's finish catching up and reading on previous messages, and then hopefully we will not not take too long in getting back to splits, because we don't want to be here forever. Angie Philosopher says, unfortunately, no skill can get any enkindling affixes that boost casting in any way. Oh, is that just a thing? Is that a hard rule? Nice thing about this is the nice thing about streaming PC games is that I can absolutely, tab out and answer this stuff. I can look at it, like, live. If you guys want to access the same website that I'm accessing, feel free to type in !ERWiki into the Twitch chat, or *ERWiki on YouTube, or *Shift6 *ERWiki into the chat on Kick, and you will get your you will get access to the hyperlink that takes you right here to this site. It's amazing. Probably. Might that be? Is that under affinities? Anki Philosopher says every skill can only get certain types of affixes. Ah. Okay. So if I want to boost casting, I'd probably better get a skill that actually, like, deals magic damage, or is a projectile skill, is probably my guess. I'm looking for this on the wiki. Oh, this might be it here. Enkindling is a new system that replaces Ash of War duplication. Okay. Variety of effects. Right. I get that part. Okay, so this would be the article here. Angie Philosopher says there's a spreadsheet linked on the skill page that shows what ashes can get what affixes, and the page itself also explains what all the affixes do. Okay. Thank you for your help in that. That actually saves me a lot of time. Just need to find where that is. Oh, okay. No, those are affinities. Or Ash of War and Kindling. Makes sense. Let me go and make sure I've not missed other messages. Let's see. This one is directed at Mr. Shadio. But, yeah, an intense focus. Hardy har har. Mr. Shadio says the thing is that it wasn't a mistake. The firm that did this did it deliberately. Wait, they watered down the disinfectant? Wow. The CEO took his life because of the scandal. He would have served a long prison time. Coward. Coward's way out. I get it, but, like, still. Yeah, that's gross. I'm glad that was put to an end. I'm hoping there are going to be no further scandals of that, specifically in Romania or elsewhere, watering down disinfectant. That's gross. Okay, so special enkindled affinities. Which I guess that's what all this is. I'm sorry. I'll answer that in a second. I'm kind of looking for something. So if I go back here and look. Pretty sure this is just for like this specific list. I need to look at like the table for enkindling. Oh, it's just gonna point me to this table? I had it right. Oh, well, no, this is the list. Okay. Oh, these are special. Mr. Shaggy says, so Mr. Coin, where are we going now? A boss? I need to fit some ashes onto the, or some, ashes of war onto our armaments, but yes, that is our goal, is Godric the Grafted. Okay. Got it. Got the table. Okay, so this table tells you which Ash of War gets what, and I need to look at this table to find out what I should be looking for, what effect I should be looking for. Okay, good to know. So that tells me I kind of wasted eight Ash of Wars for almost, I wouldn't say no reason. Like, even Vigor and Mind can be casting stats in their own right. But yeah, I need to read this and really try to, like, fine-tune which Ash of War skills I want to be searching for. Angie Philosopher says, build optimizations run deep in Reforged. I can see that. This is a whole new layer. I thought rune binding was a whole system into and unto itself, but the Ash of Wars is something. This system is something I haven't. This wasn't here the last time I did challenge runs for Elden Ring Reforged. It was not. Mr. Jason says, one of your friends created a Microsoft Excel document with all the different butters you can buy. You said that is a very helpful spreadsheet. Real knee slapper, that one. I read it as you might have probably intended to write that, Mr. Jason. No worries. Let's fit some Ash of Wars after we pinpoint the ones I would like to use. This one's got to go on the actual seal itself. And I think I want max stamina on the offhands for right now. Okay. So once we fit this here, this will give us just a little bit of a power spike is what I'm looking for. It's like, it's gifted, right? I think that's the correct one. Let me just be sure. I believe there's only one of it. No, it's not gifted. It is... Oh, it's one of the mundane ones. Of course it is. But it is the only, like, tier 2 mundane one. Okay. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you'll need to head off at 9 p.m. TCC time, good sir. Although not permanently, as you might be back depending on how long this takes. This is why. Oh, the thing. Yeah, I get you. The direct on the movie. I hope that is successful. I hope you get more information on it. This is a... Put that here, and then... I believe there are 2 gifted. No, one is lively. I have to look at this again. This kind of thing. Is this kind of thing under here? Yes, it is. Okay. This is maximum HP. Lively. Okay, the lively ones are what I'm looking for. Epic one goes on the staff, and the normal one, or I should say the rare one, goes on the staff, and this one, and the axe will get the regular one. Okay, cool. I think that is. I think that takes care of the outfitting. Let's just see. Yeah. Nope, it's not what I meant to do. I wish there were a way to view the modifiers on the Ash of War from the weapon screen. I don't know if that's probably not possible, but that is something I would very, very, very much like to see as an improvement. Just something, some indicator. I guess the last thing we're going to do. Angie Philosopher says, yeah, we all wish UI wasn't hard-coded. Right? Just stop hard-coding UI, devs. How hard is that? I jest. I know that's not particularly, you know, an easy thing to do. I get why hard-coding exists, and why stuff is hard-coded sometimes. It's either to save time, or you run out of time, or you can't think of another way to do something, so you hard-code it. I get it. I did take a semester of computer programming, and I was taught that much. Hard-coding stuff is faster and kind of a brute force method of doing things, but you can certainly suffer in the long term because of that. I'm wanting to get rid of a couple of things. Don't need any of those. Just, yeah, these are perfect. I have to be careful with what Ash of Wars I keep. I could end up accidentally using one, kind of like I did with the the whole grafted scions in the Fringe Folk Heroes grave. That was a complete and utter accident. Something that can't be happening during a real run, for the record. War arts? No, I don't need that. And I'm keeping effects in mind before I just sell. I don't think I'm gonna use this. Sell all these. Oh, I shouldn't have sold the bone arrows, but it's fine. I'll make them when I need them. this is gonna give us a power spike. If people are wondering why the heck I'm doing this when it's not necessary, or like we didn't need to do this, it's the runes. Mr. Shadya says, anyway, Mr. Coin, you will hop in God of War for some time? No worries. Thank you again for taking your time to explain how the healthcare system works in the US. I've explained fractions of it. You really might want to do reading and come to your own conclusions. Mr. Shadyo says, see you another time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very well. Thank you very much, Mr. Shadyo, for your company. It has truly been precious. It was good to see you, and I do hope that you rest well out there, and that I get to see you again. Sooner rather than later, my lovely senator, but if I don't see you again, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, we're going to wrap up selling some stuff so that we can finally get to business. Let's see, probably... I'm afraid of keeping this seal, or not keeping this. I don't think I need to keep it, but we'll see. Okay, I think that is everything for now. Let's go get our God Slayer incants.
Well then, that is a work of heresy. Its incantations bear no lineage from the Erd Tree. Very well. I'll take it off your hands.
Nice. There's only one of these I care for.
May the Golden Order shine through you.
Yay! Does this mean I get 1 level or 2? I think I get 1. Yes, I get 1 and carry a whole gob ton of runes into an encounter. That is probably not a good idea, so I am going to show off the fact that you can make hard runes. You lose like 25% of what you make, roughly. Yeah, roughly 25%, but I want to store these hard runes for the encounter ahead. Alrighty. It's showtime. And of course, because this is our first time with being here, of course I will, let you guys see the cutscenes and stuff. I'll make sure I don't go too fast and that I've got a nice handle on like moving or getting stuff out of the way. In the real run, though, I would not be removing elements off the screen for just that. I would probably also have to change up the way I do ad breaks for that. I might have to go like a more of a Frost Prime approach to ads. I don't know. We haven't yet hit or crossed that bridge yet. So, without further ado, let's wink out some things, and I will see you guys on the other side. Where is it? It's literally right here. There we go.
Mighty dragon, thou art a true-born heir. Lend me thy strength, O kindred. Deliver me unto greater heights. Well. Lowly tarnished, plain as a lord. I command thee. I am the lord of all that is
There we go. All that is taken care of. Yep. It's what happens when I have to manipulate screen elements on camera. Let's try not to have that happen again, shall we? I do need to get a command that undoes all of that now that the split counter is also on the screen. But normally I manage to get him without much issue. Though he is resistant to fire. That is worth noting. He is resistant to fire. This is kind of an early game uphill battle, normally. Okay. So now that we're here, let us remove any unnecessary spells. I usually have to do this each and every time. This is one of the instances where I typically want to keep Surge O Flame because it actually does cut through that vortex. The Stormwind technique that he's using. Let's see, that would be right, Flame Fort. This is perfect. This is exactly what I'm looking for. All right, let's try this again. All right, Nefeli Lou. Let's get this show started again.
dragons. Lend me thy strength.
Okay, I can fix this now. Cool. Oh, okay. Thank you for the GGs. Mr. Jason says you and Godric are all fired up for battle. First try easy, right? Totally first try. Here is your applause for the joke, good sir, Mr. Jason. Indeed, first try, let's go. Oh. Well, I'll have to get a command working to toggle all of those elements at once so that that stops being an issue. And for every time we get clear a shard bearer, we get their deactivated great rune, their remembrance, and a rune piece. We do get that stuff. Which is nice, but our work is not quite done here. And then I'm gonna have to type in some new splits. Mr. Jason says, is a rune bearer a major boss then? Yes. They are considered one of the major bosses. Not all major bosses are rune bearers, but all rune bearers are major bosses, is probably a good way to put that. The rune piece that I'm wanting to collect is over here. I really hate how slowed down this is. I get why it was slowed down, but I don't have to like it. I have died collecting this rune piece before. That has happened. So I've learned a couple of techniques to not get quite so close to it and die. When we get one of the deactivated Great Runes, we actually gain the ability to go into the other side grade systems in Reforged, which I'll show that off in a second. Well, I need to talk to someone first before I can make that happen, but we do need to talk to someone first to make that happen. There's a lot of stuff that opens up here.
Excuse for a lord you were. Craven to the bone. Pushing me about like that. And after all that grafting, where did that get you? Look down on me, would ya? Godric, you filthy slug. Feel it. Feel it. Feel my bloody wrath.
Okay. Mr. Jason says, how many rune bearers are there, Mr. Coin? And how many have you defeated so far? Let's see. Godric, Renala, Radon, Morgott, Rykard, what, I remember at least those 5 off the top of my head. Melania, Moog, and Radagon base game, and then you have Mikola in the DLC. As at least as there are probably more major bosses with remembrances than that, but specifically ones that give you a great rune, I believe there are 9, and this is the first one. Miss Anki Philosopher says Radagon is not a shard bearer. Oh, then never mind. That would be 8 shard bearers.
Oh, hello there. This weasel was... Godric was always looking down on me. He got what he bloody deserved thanks to you. I tell you though, what goes around comes around. He had an ugly heart, an uglier countenance, and met the ugliest of ends, eh?
Oh, Angie Philosopher says there's 7 great runes. Yeah, that's right. While I have not bumped into this, I should have been aware that Mikola's great rune is considered broken. He's not a shard bearer. Mr. Jason says 7 great runes, but only 1 great, Mr. Coin. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. Selling the same old, like, receipt of bill of goods, are you, Gostock? It's too bad. None of them are worth the commission price. Okay, so now we need to go back to the Gilded Court. We have to do a lot before we can actually move to the next split. Oh, and we have what? I don't think we have 15% yet. We're close. We're not quite there. They got a lot of people to talk to. This door opens up for a start. And yeah, hairy 2 fingers, not like knuckle-haired 2 fingers. Okay, wait, I can touch them? What? Who? What? I'm sure you could do this base game, but like, come on. I guess you're really, you know, rubbing knuckles. Never mind. I think the turn of phrase is rubbing elbows, not knuckles. I guess we're shaking hands with the 2 fingers. Oh, right, you can touch them to get a gesture. I forgot. I forgot even. All right, let's talk to you. What's up, Mr. Jason? And my coffee has disappeared. I'll have to get a... I guess I still have some other beverage. 1 second. Okay, that's better.
Are you that new tarnished? You've done well. I am Enya the Finger Reader. I interpret the words of the fingers, envoys to the greater will. Look there. The fingers tremble to welcome you, Shardbearer. Let their wisdom wash over you.
Great Elden Ring, root of the Golden Order, anchor of all lands, giver of grace, wellspring of all joy. Until it was shattered, the tragic corruption of the Order has taken its toll. Across the realm, life lies in ruin, fallen to pieces. Foul curses and misery spread, unabating. But the greater will has not abandoned the realm, nor the life that inhabits it. So it is that the tarnished are guided by grace, called to act. Brave tarnished, your great rune is a handsome shard of the Elden Ring. Seek another of its kind to become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order.
Let the words of the fingers guide you.
Mr. Jason says, in the Knuckles series that was originally a Paramount Plus exclusive that eventually got a physical DVD and Blu-ray release, Mr. Jason ordered 2 of the Knuckles limited edition steelbook. You love the slogan just for the show. Knuckles, he just hits different. That's funny. It's Knuckles, he just hits different. Yeah, I hear it's a closed fist.
I see. A remembrance of gold has found its way into your possession. Demigods and even the creator of the champions are hewn by the Earth Tree upon their end into remembrances. They are valuable indeed. These remembrances yet house the power of their former masters. And should you wish to wield that same power, well, I will lend you the strength of the fingers. Do not recoil from my offer. The fingers guide us all. And you, tarnished, you are here to take, are you not?
Mr. Jason says, only when you become the Elden Lord will the opportunity to save the Mushroom Kingdom arise. No thank you. That is a kingdom that Mario has fully covered all by his lonesome.
Now go forth. Let the words of the fingers guide you.
This is a very surreal experience the first time, and then it gets really freaking creepy each time you replay it. Like, why is the digital hair like this? I don't have mid-digital hair. I've got knuckle hair for sure, but mid-digital's a whole different thing. They made what is kind of a human rarity or an uncommon human trait into something that is just freakish to look at. I'm willing to bet people who had mid-digital hair, which is what that is, probably did not appreciate the texture of and the appearance of the 2 fingers. At least on that front, anyway. Let's see. Oh, right. we have hard runes. We have 6 of them, which gives me just enough to turn in this remembrance.
You have returned. What is it?
Before we do that, though,
Great runes are the stuff of demigods, the children of the goddess, Queen Marika. She who is vessel of the Elden Ring. Tainted by the strength of their runes, her children warred, but none could become Elden Lord. And so grace was extended to your kind, the Tarnished. Listen, the fingers speak.
The greater will has long renounced the demigods. Tarnished, show no mercy. Have their heads. Take all they have left.
Indeed. But remember one thing. The demigods are each and all the direct offspring of Queen Marika. Godric the Grafted was but a distant relation, the runt of the litter. His divine blood sorely diluted.
okay, well, we learned some really interesting lore. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, that the Super Mario Galaxy Movie Nintendo Direct will be live in an hour and 15 minutes, good sir." Gotcha. Well, I hope you get the answers you seek from that. But let's first do the normal Elden Ring thing. So we can trade in remembrances to retrieve either upgrades, or in Reforged case, you can actually, if you don't like either of these options, which I don't have a reason to use them ever, we can just spend 10,000 runes and get a Starlight token. And Starlight tokens can be used to turn in for anything at the Altar of Anticipation in certain increments. I believe it's like, what, 3? It's like 10 for a weapon or a piece of armor. It's like 6 for a spell, and I think it's 3 for some other things. The costs are always listed, even if what I'm saying is not correct. But the Chapel of Anticipation is also one of the best things to happen to a challenge run like this, because we could get some huge power spikes just by getting these Starlight tokens. And now the Great Rune. The Fractured Great Rune unlocks the rune forging ability available through the finger reader Enya. Using rune pieces, you may forge binding runes that enhance your abilities. Defeating shard bearers and unlocking their great runes unlocks a wider selection of binding runes. Rune pieces may be found in the world through exploration, as we've been doing the whole time. We have 200 of these to be exact, so we can get 8. We can get 8 grafted runes. Each purchase in this shop costs 25 rune pieces. There are 2 I'm going to take right away. Grafted Mind and Endurance. Binding runes will automatically provide their effects when held in your inventory. The power of the effect increases with each additional copy of the binding rune. Binding runes can be consumed to refund all of the rune pieces used to create them. So you can respec out of binding runes if you're like, I need different binding runes. These no longer work. So there can even be a early game and a late game configuration of binding runes. Once you get your stats at a certain level, you can opt out of using these. Can everyone hear me properly? We just had a disconnect, so if your stream's acting bucky for whatever reason, do feel free to refresh. Free to refresh your stream, and that problem should fix itself.
You again. thought you'd receive a summons to the round table. Nepheli Lu, we met at Stormvale. I'm glad to see you here. I have something for you. I found it in Godric's grafting grounds. You defeated him. You should have it. Make good use of it. I don't intend to make a habit of scavenging corpses.
Yay! Mr. Jason says, yeah, you can hear me loud and clear, good sir. Very well. Good. Glad to hear it.
Ah, yes. I wonder if you've met my foster father. He's in his study. The room Encher's guarding just over there. If you haven't already, I advise you introduce yourself. Father is leader of the Round Table. I'm sure talking to him will be worth your while. It's about time I headed off. I'll see you again, warrior, should the fates deign it.
Oh, don't worry, Miss Nepheli Lu. The fates will deign it a lot.
You've received the wisdom of the two fingers, have you not? Then I bid you welcome, as a true member of the Round Table. I am known as Gideon Ofnir, as a tarnished who wishes to stand before the Elden Ring and become Elden Lord. I am accumulating knowledge, to be all-knowing. You now belong to a select group of fellows. As such, I ask that you remain constant. You'll be after more great runes now, eh? Then as your fellow, allow me to divulge a little knowledge. The inheritors of the great runes, the Shard Bearers. We of the Round Table know the location of 5 of them, including the one you defeated. Godric the Grafted, Lord of Stormvale. General Radahn, who fought Melania and her rot to a standstill in the Caelid Wilds. Praetor Rykard, Lord of the Volcano Manor of Mount Gelmir. Morgoth, the Grace-Given, Veiled Monarch and Lord of Leyndell. And Renala, Queen of the Full Moon, ruler of Rhea Lucaria's Academy. You'll still be after more great runes, won't you?
Yes, absolutely. But first, tell me about your foster daughter, Nepheli.
I understand you've been speaking to Nepheli. She's my daughter. I took her in when she lost the guidance of grace. Though a mere axe-wielding barbarian, her youthful credulity suited my purposes. So I put her to work. Do not hesitate to employ her, should her services benefit you. Despite her looks, she is more than capable in the press of battle.
Wow, I'm not sure I would call my foster daughter an axe-wielding barbarian. Oh, Gideon. Some things never change with you, and your absolute trash bag of a perspective is one of them.
So, Godric the Grafted, Lord of Stormvale. Despite being the blood of Godfrey, first Elden Lord, he's a grotesque old fool grasping for power. His castle lies upon the cliff to Limgrave's northwest, but I suspect you know that well enough already.
Angie Philosopher says all my homies hate Gideon. Do they hate Celivis too? Do the homies, feel the same way about both of these creepy old men? Please tell me that answer is yes.
General Radahn, the famed Red Lion and Scourge of the Stars, is a ferocious warrior. He fought Melania and her rot to a standstill in the Caelid Wilds to Limgrave's east. And now Caelid has been engulfed by the Scarlet Rot. Even approaching the region is no mean feat. I've heard survivors of Radahn's army are still in the wilds, staving off the rot with fire. And if it's true, I suspect Radahn is still there as well, in Caelid. Though, I doubt he much resembles his former self anymore.
Angie Philosopher says, "Of course." that's good. Though I do have to say, among the 2 wretched old men that we're talking about, Celivis does have some memorable lines. In the distance, my senators and inductees. That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys for sitting through that and for hanging with me so far today. You guys have been amazing. I truly appreciate everyone's company. We do take commercial breaks around here. We'll be taking the last one for the day in about 3.5 minutes. And during that time, when that time comes, I should say, on the left-hand side will be a webcam. It'd be nice if I could, like, do this number. Yeah, like that. Over on the left-hand side, will be a timer that reads 3 minutes and 0 seconds. As that timer ticks down, ads will be playing on Twitch, and I will be getting up to take a stretch. I do highly encourage everyone to take the stretch break together. It will make the time pass by faster, but feel free to, spend the time in whatever way you see fit. Regardless of how you choose to spend your time, once that timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will have returned to my desk and we can pick right back up where we left off. Mr. Jason says, you do love that messaging, good sir, but it's missing one small detail. What about informing people of the possibility of subscribing on the red and purple app to achieve true parity? I think I would be chased out of town if I did that. But I appreciate where you're coming from.
Praetor Rykard is the lord of the Volcano Manor on Mount Gelmir. He is a ruthless justiciar who commands a company of inquisitors, reviled for his serpentine demeanor. The volcano, Mount Gelmir, lies in the west of the Altus Plateau, the realm of the Erd Tree. It was the stage of the most appalling battle in the entirety of the Shattering. Rykard has committed the grave sin of blasphemy, marking himself as an enemy never to be forgiven.
Mr. Jason says, although, if you can also subscribe on the green app, that is the truest form of parody. Perhaps, only for the not faint of heart.
Morgoth the Grace-Given is Lord of Leyndell, the capital city. It lies at the foot of the Erd Tree, in the east of the Altus Plateau. But the Two Fingers forbid us from venturing there, until we've acquired enough great runes to repair the Elden Ring. Set your sights elsewhere for the time being. The Veiled Monarch can wait. The Academy of Rhea Lucaria lies to Limgrave's north, towering over the mist-laden lands of Liurnia. Renala is queen of the Carian royals, who govern the Academy. But Renala herself is no demigod. Her beloved Radagon left her to become Queen Marika's second husband, taking the title of King Consort. The Great Rune dwells within the amber egg that was Radagon's gift to her.
Mr. Jason says that this app was blue and not purple, it would be RGB, and that is the true parody. I get you on that one, Mr. Jason. That is absolutely correct. Before continuing, I just want to point out this dude's helmet is made of ears. Look, they're ears. And there's an eye motif on his garments. Let's see if I can't find it. The eye might be a little bit easier to spot. Yet there it is. Look at that almond shape around his waist. Yeah, those are eyes. Or that is supposed to be an eye. This dude is literally signaling that the way he knows everything, knows nothing, is to see and hear everything. We're gonna learn about a lot of that later on in the routing. I'll talk to you guys more after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Let's catch up on our wonderful chats, and then we can keep moving. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Angie Philosopher says, knowledge you didn't need to have. I didn't recognize it either until I was doing a regular Let's Play of this year, prior to the DLC years ago. And then when I realized that's what it was, I'm like, wait, but why though? Why? And you know, maybe the most interesting part of that is Miyazaki and company had no problem with that at all. they had no problems whatsoever. Modeling that and texturing it. Mr. Jason says that is certainly an eye for detail. Too true. Too true. Oh yeah, we got more people to talk to. One's up here. Hello there, my death blight infested friend. Yeah, that's what these little like branches are. I was telling you guys, bunches of stuff opens up right when you defeat Godric, the first shard bearer in the game. I'm not kidding. It could really be any shard bearer, but it makes the most sense to deal with Godric first.
We meet again after all. I apologize for any offense given by my bearing, but I'm quite unable to move, you see. So, what do you need?
We've already learned his skills. Let's talk to Roger, our dear friend Roger. He is one of my favorites.
Ah, you defeated Godric and claimed yourself a great rune. Looks like we both got what we wanted out of Stormvale, didn't we? Well done, friend. Something to mark the occasion. Go on, take it. As you might have guessed, I still can't move. My fighting days are behind me. No need to be polite. I've no use for it anymore.
Fun fact, this used to be a +8 rapier in the base game. Yeah, if you needed a power spike, +8 rapier was not half bad. If you came here fairly early, or came to the castle fairly early, you could get a +8 rapier. Although that was well before, going over into like, say, Caelid and getting like something that is equivalent. But still, +8 is not bad. Mr. Jason says, a slight spoiler, Mr. Coin, but once you defear... yes, I would like to defear the shard bearers. They're not all that bad when you get to know them. Once you defeat the final shard bearer, you eventually learn that troll level creatures were behind the shard bearers. Understandable. Though really, you learn that people that like feet like this game. Think of that little bit of cursed knowledge. You can take that with you. So many women lack shoes in this game. So many of them. It's crazy how many don't actually, or how many armor sets lack shoes.
The misshapen corpse under Stormvale. That is a sacred relic of the Black Knives plot, as that famed night of assassination is known. It happened during the golden age of the Erd Tree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and on a bitter night, murdered Godwyn the Golden. That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering. I once wished to become a scholar, you see. I've spent many an hour scouring the archives for knowledge of that fateful plot. The world has grown crooked, and if you intend to put it to rights, you'd better understand what happened to make it this way. And that thing is to blame for the shape I'm in now. I urge the utmost caution. Don't disturb the corpse more than necessary. So you've met Dee. Dee is an old friend. We found ourselves journeying together for a time, bound by our exploration of death. But our paths have since diverged, never again to cross. Though that's hardly an uncommon fate for two friends. Dee was telling me that he discovered the mark of the centipede. The centipede is an ancient symbol of the curse mark. As long as whoever finds and uses it is not nefarious by nature, then we may be able to form an alliance. If only I could speak to them in person, and if they were like you, all the better.
Alrighty, that's a lot of dialogue, but we need to do this man's quest. We need to keep up with his dialogue if we want to get the ending I'd like to end the game with. That's right, this run has a chosen ending. Now, I do get that the best catalyst for this build in the game does require taking a different ending. However, I am aware of an item that will let me nullify that choice after I have gotten the catalyst, so I could still get the ending I actually want. I have planned that far in advance. Mr. Jason says, if that's the case, then something is afoot. Too true. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, no matter what is evil in the video games, it was caused somewhere down the line. Somewhere down the line by troll level creators. Everything leads back to them. Everything. So you say, Mr. Jason. So you say. Mr. Jason goes on to say, but Mr. Coin, the true ending is to defeat every single troll level creator. I defeat troll level creators by not playing the game. Literally picking up my stuff and going somewhere else. That's how you defeat them. You don't play. But I get what you mean. I get what you mean. This is all in good, clean jest, right? Angie Philosopher says, really going for the all content here. I mean, why be boring when you could be less boring, right? Getting the default ending is boring, and I can't even do all content if I do that. So I have to pick an ending anyway. And why not pick the ending with my favorite character in the game, Miss Fia herself? And restoring the cycles of life and death. There's some philosophical fulfillment in there for me with that. Mr. Jason says, yes, it's partially unjust, good sir, but since becoming one, you do view video game villains differently now. Of course.
You've met Garank, I take it. Then owing to our duties shared, we are now comrades in arms. I think you've earned this. The power of the Golden Order to aid the hunt of those who live in death. Are you acquainted with a man named Roger? You know, the piteous fellow hiding away on the balcony. He was a formidable spellblade in times past. Don't let his easy air deceive you. He was wise beyond his years, stout of heart and clear of mind. No more, though. You see him now, ravaged by thorns, muttering and rambling, like he's half dead already. I can't stomach to watch. Take well the lesson, friend. That's how you end up when seduced by those who live in death. When grace is sullied, it rots people from the inside, breaks them. I serve the Golden Order, that I might put this crooked land to rights, following only the guidance of the Great Elden Ring. Those who live in death fall outside the principles of the Golden Order. Their mere existence sullies the guidance of gold, tainting its truth. And so it is the vermin must be exterminated, down to the very last.
Wow. How metal. Mr. Jason says, after all, good sir, Bowser is a major villain with an entire army of minions at his beck and call, and who can also be placed in a Super Mario Maker 2 troll level. Yeah, I know. Bowser can also be placed in the level. So who's responsible for Bowser? And if Bowser were really the end-all be-all, then every single villainous road would lead to Bowser, when that's not the case. In every single Mario, in every single part of the franchise. I need to talk to you next, actually. Hello, Mommy. Hello, Miss Fia. Good to see you again. Anyway.
I am pleased to see you again. Would you like me to hold you once more?
It's more of the... I'm recalling the Paper Mario franchise, where sometimes you fought Bowser, and sometimes Bowser wasn't always, or isn't like the quintessential big bad, and sometimes he even helps you. So, I mean...
Now, come closer.
Still a villain, but he can be an anti-hero sometimes. Sometimes. And he's always the parent depicted on parental controls.
Very warm.
We've already heard that dialogue.
I was known as a deathbed companion. Where I come from, after I received the warmth and lively vigor from a number of champions, I lay with the remains of an exalted noble. To grant him another chance at life, to do so is the purpose of my being. But before I could bear the noble into new life, I was awakened by the guidance of grace and chased from my birthplace. Pray, be kind. Despite all that, I still wish to be a deathbed companion. So please, let me hold you like this, as often as it takes. My dear, have you ever heard of Black Knife Prince? Dear Roger likes to talk of them when abed, and the ancient plot in which the first of the demigods was slain. The black knives wielded by the assassins who committed the act, along with the impressions they made, somehow hide the truth of the conspiracy. These grand affairs are hardly my forte, but dear Roger began to weep as he spoke. In truth, I've heard tell from someone else about the Black Knife Prince that fascinate dear Roger so.
I want people to soak all this lore in during the routing, because once the run starts, we're going to be seek-lesting this whole thing like it is no one's business. I will be mashing A and Y as fast as my human hands will allow me to, because although this is not a speed run, us going through things fast is going to be the name of the game. This should definitely not take a year to complete. And most stuff like this would take like a few weeks, just because of the sheer quantity of stuff that has to get done. Even with streaming, say, 6 hours a day, you would still have to like move fast. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir, the Shadow Queen in Paper Mario the 1000-Year Door is also a servant of the troll level creators? Of course. Also, why are you suddenly thinking and wording things like the troll level creators as like an order? Like the Order of the Phoenix? That kind of thing?
But it wouldn't be right to give this to him, stuck as he is in the round table hole. Perhaps you could make use of it?
Okay, I'm off to help you, dearest mother. To make your wish come true, to be the best deathbed companion ever. But I don't need your blessing quite yet. Okay, I believe that takes care of everything. Mr. Jason says, imagine Mr. Jason making a Discord server called the Order of the Troll Level Creators. I mean, it's like a TCC2. I can see it. I can certainly see it. This basically opens up or has a bunch of... We've unlocked a bunch of quests or advanced a bunch of quests. I'll show you. Here is one right... Nope, that is the incorrect one. Ancient Conspiracies, coming right down from the top where we summoned him and all the way here. Speaking with Fia, she mentioned about Black Knife Prince, which fascinates Roger, so on and so forth. All right. I thought we were going to be done a lot faster than this. Some of that is on me for not moving and talking. I'm really bad at that. Sorry. But part of that is, you know, part of it taking as long as it did is I wanted to make sure that the anger toward the insurance system here in the States is understood the right way. And that is to say, the reason things are the way they are with the insurance system is because a lot of decisions were made like sequentially to get us into the tangled knot that it is, but also some other part of that is the government is definitely mismanaging money in order to do other things. And when you put those two different things together, the healthcare system being mangled and screwed up like it is the result. It's one of the many results you could have. All of them bad, but it is one of many. Mr. Jason says, with the black knives, you'll be a cut above the rest. Too true. Too true. I need to poke around and check for this. I don't think there's a rune piece right here. Pretty sure that's off to the side there. So welcome to the Bridge of Death. I will now show you why that is the case. See that great bow archer in the back? Yeah, that could hit us over the head pretty easily. What you want to do is these great arrows will also hit these golems. So you want to set this up in a way where you're hitting them with the great arrows and not getting hit yourself. Because if you can't set it up right, then you're just going to end up dealing with this until the end of time. This gets very messy. Case in point. Oh, and yes, the enemy can very much cheat by reaching through the wall because collision. Like that. Oh, are you gonna come through here, big guy? Yeah, please do. Then I can actually fight you like normal. But if all you're gonna do is stand here in the door, then I'm gonna get you. One way or another, right? Think that's how the song goes? See, there's one. Now we got to do the same thing with this next one. Sometimes the great arrow attacks can stagger over the golems, and if that happens, you can kind of come up and like use a critical attack, and you can hopefully take them out very quickly. But you can't always do that. And in fact, just based on what I've been seeing in recent playtests, you basically can't even rely on this. That just never seems to happen. So then once we take out these guys, we just come up, we just kind of interpose ourselves with these pillars or brazier, like old braziers between us and the archer, and we can wait for there to be a good time to dash in. It normally goes a little bit better than this particular showing, but I hope the point makes itself apparent. Perfect. So, let's see. One rune piece should be down here. And an item. Mr. Jason says, oh, I got your point just like you got its point. I hear you on that. Okay, I'll make sure I get this right. It's over here. I have died on these exact spots before because I misjudged sloping or assumed something was terrain when it in fact was not terrain, and it created all kinds of problems. You can get a little bit too gung-ho and just kind of fall to your death. Game doesn't come with out of bounds it doesn't come with invisible bounded walls or something crazy like that. Man, I wish my life had invisible bounded walls. I would love to have a certain distance from which loads of people that wish me harm could not approach. I wish I could have the barrier that Roderica gets when you jump too close to her, and she has comments about joining her men sooner rather than later. I would love some barriers like that are automatic and I don't even have to use them, but that's not going to happen. Welcome to Storm Hill. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you saw a mod of Stardew Valley where you had to purchase each tile? What? How are you supposed to play the game when you have to purchase the tiles? Like, every walkable tile, right? Not, you're not just like, we're not talking like farming land, right? We are talking all tiles. If so, that's like incredible. Good on the modders for making that possible, but also just gonna be quiet a second. Mr. Jason says all tiles, yes, including farmland and inside your house. Wild. And if that were a hitless run, I would be dead. Or that would be a reset. I like this bridge because if I use FP, I can refill on it. Only by decimating the local wildlife. There aren't any rune pieces here that I'm aware of, so it's mostly just getting a couple of items. Mr. Jason says, imagine Elden Ring, but you had to buy each step. You literally couldn't play the game. You literally could not play the game if you did that. In fact, going anywhere or doing anything would basically be impossible. Oh, maybe there's like a setup, right? I might be less familiar with, that sounds like a YouTube video I need to go watch, is, Stardew Valley where you had to buy steps. Is that something, Salments or someone else is doing? Mr. Jason, would you happen to know that offhand? You do not know, good sir? Very well. No worries. Was just curious. But, Salments and, like, there's one or two others that are in that same block of content creation that would know it. Or that would have heard about that and probably made a video on it. Hold on, I feel like, yeah, there we go. My sound was getting a little bit screwy. So welcome to the Divine Tower of Limgrave. Why does that say Liurnia? That definitely shouldn't say Liurnia. Yeah, it was on the split wrong. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, in one of your wonderful Super Mario Maker 2 levels, you had a setup where you have to drop a POW block on a fast-moving conveyor belt. You're supposed to drop it from above, but if you drop it directly on the conveyor belt, you'll soon discover which direction it was running, as the POW block immediately comes back and soft locks you. Anti or actual bona fide soft lock? That's an important distinction. Is this one of your hell levels or one of the more later end levels we're talking about here? Actual bona fide soft lock? Okay, so it's Mr. Jason says a later one in the 90s. Oh, so with later, oh, wow, bona fide soft locks, huh? I thought that thing had died out when Defender wrote the Troll Guide, and it was only brought back after Carl Sagan 42 made the Wiggler Cafe. Like, he brought back a different level of depravity. Okay, let's put on our Great Rune. Put that on. This is the last, a little teeny tiny spike in power we're gonna get for a while outside of leveling stats, so. Raises all attributes, and this is nerfed. It normally raises attributes by 5. In Reforged, I believe it raises attributes by 1 each. So it's a very solid Great Rune early game for reaching specific breakpoints, But later you will get other great runes that are worth more or help you do something more specific. And for the first time, we'll get to pop one of these. Nice. Mr. Jason says, probably good, sir. But you know how Mr. Jason operates. Mr. Jason starts the design of a new wonderful level. Mr. Jason, how do I make this evil? That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, that is well within well within your purview as a troll level creator. Okay, so before moving on, I do need to stop what we're doing and write in a few splits. I don't expect to get more than a couple of them done, but we'll at least try. Okay. Sorry about that. Thankfully, there wasn't too much that had to be typed. I'll make sure I scout some tonight on top of doing 5 or 6 other things. I'm sure. Now we can finally move forward and experience some new material. I hope everyone's enjoyed the gameplay today. I realize it kind of looks like I'm doing a song and dance, and I've done it before, but what I want people to realize that are relatively new here is that I have done this song and dance one time before the DLC came out, and Reforged was not exactly a different game, but there were some systems that weren't in place yet. They weren't in place. And so the feel was different. The feel was very different. Mr. Jason says, in the Super Mario Brothers movie, there was an appearance of a Cheep Cheep. In the Super Mario Galaxy movie, you've seen in the trailer the appearance of a giant Cheep Cheep. Troll level creators confirmed. It's probably just Cheep Cheep confirmed, if I'm being honest, but... and although Mario gets feashed like once or twice, that's probably done for comedic effect, rather than troll level creators being acknowledged in any specific form, because we all know how Nintendo feels about them. That shouldn't be a mystery. Well, you'll be lucky if you only get your level banned, that kind of thing. Mr. Jason says, behind the Cheep Cheep is a troll level creator, good sir. So you say. Oh, yeah, Shabriri grapes. Oh, let's talk about these a hot second. Yellow oozing eyeball of the infirm. Look at that art. A yellow oozing eyeball of the infirm. The surface is shriveled and the inside is squishy, not unlike a large, overly ripe grape. Give to the blind maiden to guide her to the distant light. Wow. I didn't know that's what grapes were. Man. Metal. Maiden, dear maiden, where are you? Please, take my grapes. Take my grapes, he says. Knowing full well this could go in a number of different directions. Or that is just two of the different directions that could go. Both are equally cursed, by the way. And both are hilarious to hear about or think about.
Good to see you, Master. Do you remember me? Bok, the demi-human. You helped me before and retrieved my sewing needle. Please, Master, allow me to serve you as your seamster. I can't make nothing from scratch, but I'm happy to make adjustments to your garments. Master, I was wondering, do you ever make adjustments to your garb yourself? I would, well, rather you let me do the job when possible, please. I don't ask anything in return, you know, and, well, I am your personal seamster after all.
If we had any garments to edit, you'd be the first to know about them, Bok.
Going so soon? Please do be safe on your journeys.
Oh, wait, Irina, is that you? It's not her.
Hello? Is someone there? My name is Hayata, and I'm journeying in search of the distant light. If I might be so bold as to ask, would you donate any Shabriri grapes in your possession to me? My eyesight has been weak since birth, you see. I can't tell which way I'm supposed to go next, but when I eat one of those grapes, I can feel a distant light in the back of my eyes. It will lead me to my true duty as a finger maiden.
Great big globs of greasy, grimy gopher guts, mutilated monkey meat, turdy, dirty birdie feet, French fried eyeballs dipped in carrot seeds, me without a spoon. Oh, yes, she eats the eyeballs, everybody.
Oh, many thanks to you. Now I can feel the distant light once more. You are most kind indeed. May the blessing of the fingers be upon you.
She eats the eyeballs, everybody.
You are most kind indeed. May the blessing of the fingers be upon you.
Yay for cursed knowledge. Delicious, delicious eyeballs. I'm sure in cultures around the world you do eat eyeballs sometimes, but usually you just don't mention that. Unfortunately, I could never do that. See, I've cut eyeballs open before, not real ones. I mean, in labs. A class that pretty much every biology major has to take is A&P, Anatomy and Physiology. And in Anatomy and Physiology 2, or the second part of the class, they go over a lot more. It's not only bones and muscles, that's some of it, but a lot more of it is organs and stuff. And I have cut open both cow and sheep eyeballs before. Wow, was I not really expecting to do that at the points where I was in college. I found it gross, but almost in a macabre way. Like, I couldn't quite look away from what I was doing. Mr. Jason says, imagine if there were 900 Shabriri grapes. Or 1,000. No, thank you. I don't want to force feed Hyetta their, 1,000 Shabriri grapes. That's an awful image to think about. You saying the same things, buddy?
Back to learn another?
Yep.
Wonderful. You're most welcome to any of my anemic little spells.
Yes, absolutely. Angie Philosopher says you can also cut open real eyes in a lab. You can do that, yes. I have not done that. You're very welcome, Mr. Jason.
You've taken an apprenticeship with Selen. Well, that is something. Selen was well known. The most promising sorceress in the history of the Academy. I followed her at school. But there may as well have been an ocean between us. But Selen was expelled from the Academy, accused of unthinkable treatment of certain sorcerers, under the name of the Graven Witch. I still don't believe the accusations. The illustrious Selen would never do such things.
So you say, Mr. Topes, excuse me. Yes, that is in fact you again, Mr. Jason. Okay, I think we have just enough time to maybe do one or two of these things. And they were things that we passed by way earlier in the game. We just didn't have a reason to go do them. Now we do. Nice. We can pretty much kill whatever we come across. It's fantastic stuff. What? You know what, Coin? It's best if you don't consider some things that closely. It's probably best if you don't consider some things all that closely, or your mind will definitely begin fracturing at the seams. You know, assuming long COVID hasn't done that to me already, that is. Make sure you take take your vaccine seriously, everybody. And even if you do take it seriously, take COVID seriously, or you'll have long-term problems that may even be irreversible. Okay, so I think one of ours is right here. Yeah, here he is, right here. This one is based off of the... This is just a port of a DS3 enemy, more or less. Although other enemies here also port the same thing. But it's this it's the same moveset all the way through. I'm sorry, did he just do a swipe while the axe was still down? I guess so. Yeah, he definitely has, and he's definitely poised through things as well. Yeah, see, he's quite resistant to what we're doing. And I kind of have to keep my eyeball on him. So he isn't, so he doesn't kill me. And it's raining, because of course it is. There we go. I don't need this spell, but... oh, in fact, we couldn't use it even if I could cast it, but you do get a spell from defeating him. Mr. Jason says you have to keep both Shabriri grapes on him, Mr. Coin. Ha ha, yes, I do in fact have to do that. Hardy har har. There we go, now that's oriented right. Yeah, I got. Although my eyes can't be Shabriri grapes because you actually have to pluck those out, and they then have to be partially desiccated. You don't. My eyes are, you know, still perfectly moist, full of their vitreous fluids, which is what I'll say about that. Which, if people are wondering where the heck does the vitreous humors phrase comes from, or vitreous fluid, yeah, it's the stuff that fills the inside of your eyeballs. That's what that is. Vitreous humor. It's not quite like electrostatic gel, but if you wanted something to like. Nope, that is incorrect. Forgot, it's Shift F3. How did I remove this again? Shift F5. Okay. We have just enough time for one encampment. And then we should probably think about cutting things to a close for the day. I'm dead. I am not dead. I gotta remember to not take random jumps. That was super scary, and for no particular reason. Any rune piece back here? Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, you must head off in 9 minutes from now, good sir, for the Super Mario Galaxy movie Nintendo Direct." Don't worry, I have not forgotten, good sir. We won't be on for much longer ourselves. Let's summon our demi-human friends. I get the feeling this encampment will go over a lot better if I do that. Yeah, this is way easier. I used to do this encampment solo. And there were problems. Whoops, wrong one. Hello. I like the snap pivot there. Ballroom blitz, ballroom blitz. That's how I would describe that whole scenario. Everybody was zooming. Everybody was grooving, I think is how that goes. I was just laughing it up with IRL friends this Saturday, and it kind of came up. I should remember the words more, but I kind of don't. Oh, actually, maybe we have time for one more, possibly. The last year. Oh no. Well. I'll need to think about how I would like to approach that. we're probably good to at least get the map, I would say.
Back again, are we? Not everyone can tell how good my wares are. You've a discerning eye, you have.
Yeah, I do want this book. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, when are we going to see the Burger Kings?" So the Burger Kings that are in this place. They're not everywhere. They're toward the giant. They're toward the giant set of ruins out in the middle, or not ruins, but the academy. They're toward the academy in the middle, but they are also in select other places. We could spot them. We might even be able to spot a special version of them unique to Reforged. Yeah, the Reforged does make some special variations of these, so I look forward to getting getting the ability to show those off, because they're kind of cool. Even if they are kind of annoying to deal with, they're cool. I like them. I like the design implementation for them. Just trimming some smithing stones. Mr. Jason likes how Mr. Jason just referred to them as Burger Kings. Some of them are women, though, so they're also Burger Queens. How do you reconcile with that? I should have removed the glint blade phalanx from this before selling it. Oh well. Might as well sell the stuff we were given from the chest. Angry Philosopher says Burger Monarchs. See, there we go. The forward inclusive thinking. I like that. Yeah, very much Burger Monarchs. All right, let's go get a map, and then we can move about our business. Probably call it for a day while I think about where we're going next. Let's see if I can't get this without too many issues. So close, yet so far. There we go. Got it. This is usually hell to get without, you know, actually dying. Now, when we got the Limgrave map, we actually got way more of the map revealed. Look at this. We got the eastern half, but we got so much more map to go yet. Mr. Jason says, on the split, good sir, how close are you to the Burger Monarchs? Let me take a look. Nowhere close, and I have not updated the splits to account for all of Liurnia yet. So I'll tell you, the majority of the Burger Monarchs you're looking for are here. See this bridge piece? If you head this general direction and move up to, I'd say, right around here, that is where the Academy of Rhea Lucaria is. We can't even enter this until we come over here. Right around here, I suppose, and get an academy key. There is a glintstone dragon that is guarding an academy key. And that is our ticket in. We can either sneak and get the key, or, you know, I could show you guys the cool Reforged thing when we get there, in the streams ahead, and show you the interesting method of acquiring the key. But we've got a little bit of a ways to go, I would say, before actually seeing your favorite Elden Ring characters. Mr. Jason says, thank you for the stream, by the way. Good sir, you're very welcome, Mr. Jason. I think that'll do it very nicely for us today, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people. I look forward to the beginning of a really strong week, even in the midst of all the global darkness and despair. Mr. Jason says it has, as always, been a pleasure. I'm glad you think so, good sir. It's been an honor having all of you guys here with me in my audience today. Tomorrow we will work on some of these fresh new splits. Some of them are really hard, by the way. And hopefully we will have more splits to do, which means I got to get my butt scouting today, among other things. Guys, my name is Coin. This has been another session of Elden Ring Reforged. Deathless. All content. Fire spells only. You guys are welcome amidst any of my hallowed halls anytime, of course, and you may find them in my link tree, either underneath the video player on Twitch or in the bottom of the description on YouTube. There will be a link to that. My Discord server is on there. It'll be the one with the Discord icon. Just click on that, and it'll take you right to my server. I'd love to have you. We do share pictures, talk about stuff in there sometimes, and we vote on things in my server. All of your, most of your benefits are Discord derived if you're, subbing or otherwise paying a subscription to me. So I'd love to have you over there. Even though Discord's doing the thing no one wants, I'd love to have you there anyway. And if not, then when Stoke Chat is ready, I can point you to there instead, too. Mr. Jason says if you want hallowed halls, please join Mr. Coin's wonderful Discord server. And if you want hallowed halls and offices, join the wonderful TCC. I hear you on that. Very well. Very well, folks. Do stay safe and take care of yourselves out there. You guys know the algorithmic stuff to do, and you know where my hallowed halls are. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And I hope it's another glorious, wonderful day. And with that, goodbye.